Yeah. How did you make it out alive? I barely did. I barely made it out alive. But, you know, I thought better to live and fight another day than to die there on the battlefield. War Survivor gives his testimony. Yeah, I mean, basically that's what this is gonna be today. It was fine. I mean, I was really nervous about it, but then, like, I got there, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna be able to do this. And then I went up to her, and immediately all the nervousness came back, and I was like, so not present at all, and I could hear my own voice. Like, everyone had left the class and it was really quiet, and I could hear my own voice. I was like so obviously nervous, but she was like really nice. She like was nothing but encouraging. It's just you know, I couldn't adapt. I had like a paralysis and anxiousness debuff, and I couldn't like adapt to different joints of the conversation. So I basically recognized, like, okay, this is gonna get awkward if I'm standing here trying to think of what I want to say. I don't want to leave, like, you know, moments of silence here right now. So I'm just gonna say thanks and get out of here. But, yeah. She told me that, I have to take another language on top of Japanese for this degree, which I didn't know. But she said, you know, the choices are Korean or Chinese, but I suggest Korean. She suggested Korean, which she also teaches, and I think that's more of like her specialty. So, I mean, I guess if I can get into her Korean class, then, you know, hypothetically, there's more time to, like, break the ice or whatever, and it's probably, you know, obviously better than trying to, like, actually shoot a shot, you know. But yeah, it did not go the way I wanted it to go, but when does it ever? I'm trying to give myself props for doing something difficult, rather than get hung up on the could've, would've, should've. But yeah, I mean, I became like aware. I became way too aware of myself, like hearing my voice, and I also got distracted, like standing next to her up close, and like I noticed, like, feeling the height this sounds weird, but feeling the height difference between us, like, and looking at her eyes. I was like, humana. And I was like, wow, we could, you know, go really well together. I think it also made it hard because she was, like, super confident and, like, in a good mood today. And she was also dressed very teacherly. She was dressed very teacherly, and she was in a very teaching mood and in a good mood, and she was, like, really confident all day. Normally, like, the first hour is her kind of, like, phoning it in, and then the second hour she brightens up a bit, but today she was bright from the start, and so I think that also kind of threw me off in a way. It made me comfortable at first, like, oh, this is a perfect day to try talking to her when she's in a good mood. But then it backfired because I couldn't match her confidence when I approached her. You know? But I don't know. Yeah, I did fail the QTE. Ugh. Yeah. It was like... It's like failing it's like failing... It's like a QTE sequence in Shenmue. where he's running down the alleyway and you're allowed to fail like a couple of them. You fail one and he like trips over a log or something, but he keeps running. It was like that, I think. But yeah, I mean, I was also thrown off because like just the vibe was so like not there. I mean, it's a very professional feeling vibe, which is good. But I think it could have, like, had I had the mental dexterity and confidence, it could have gone more casually, for sure. Like, it totally could have pivoted to be more casual, but I just, like, couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Like, there were totally pathways to having it more personable. There were totally like dialogue routes for it to be more personable and casual, but I again just couldn't do it. But a good first try, again, like live to fight another day. I didn't do anything weird or say anything weird. I was obviously anxious. And I told her I was nervous about the degree. I told her I was nervous about the program. So I think my anxiousness wouldn't have been, perceived as like, oh, he's trying to ask me out or something. I think it was like a reasonable anxiety that I conveyed. Good run, the next one will be better. Yeah, I think so. I think I won't be as nervous, but I need to come up with my next excuse to talk to her. There's technically 4 weeks of class left, so I'll be in person with her 4 more times for Japanese. Or maybe 5. 4 or 5 more times. I can't go up to her like fucking after every class, but I definitely should again at some point if I can figure out a good excuse. I'll be thinking about it for sure, for better or worse. Hey, what's up, Aronax? Ask her what the next steps to enroll in the Korean class. Yeah, I mean, I could say, are you going to be teaching Korean 101 next semester? I think that'd be a reasonable question. I did ask her, like, do you have any recommendations for Japanese 102? And she said, I don't know who's teaching it next semester. We haven't assigned people yet. So, I think, yeah, asking her, like, are you going to be teaching Korean 101? Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to ask about her experience. Just because, I told her that I was doing the Japanese degree. And again, she was like very supportive and enthusiastic, which I appreciate. I just like couldn't match her energy with that. But yeah, she said, she was like, oh, I don't know what she said exactly, but the sentiment was like, oh, I told her I'm taking Japanese, and she was like, oh, that's exciting, that's what I did too. And what I really wanted to get to was, I wanted to know how involved she was with the language department, and like ultimately this is not something that could really be covered in a conversation after class, but I wanted to know like what her experience was in general with language and academics, and I wanted to convey that school has always been like, first of all, I wanted to convey that I have always struggled with school, which is why I'm nervous about the thing, the degree program. I wanted to convey that school has always been like a detached and cold experience, and I don't want it to be, but I can't. It's kind of hard to connect with classmates when I'm 10 years older than them, at least, you know? And I guess those are the two main things. Yeah, I told her that, so I told her I was doing Japanese. She was like, that's exciting, that's what I did too. And I was like, yeah, I'm kind of nervous about it. And she said, oh, don't be nervous. And I don't really remember what came after that. But what I'd planned on saying is expounding on the fact that I'm nervous because I've always struggled with school, and that I'm not a school person. And when she said, do you know you have to take a language on top of Japanese? I said no. But what I would have liked to say is, no, I don't know anything, and school is, I have no idea what's going on. Yeah. There's a lot that I would have said or done differently had I been better locked in. She also gave me a high five, which is like not good if you ask me. She gave me a high five at the end of the exchange, which seems like it's a little bit, I don't know. Patronizing is very dramatic to describe it that way, but it's like very friend-coded, you know? High five, I feel like, is not good. But to reiterate, the vibe there was never an opportunity to pivot the vibe like I think I could have if I was more confident. The vibe was very like one way, like me being nervous, her being a teacher, and just being kind of like, I don't know, as helpful as she could be, rather than two adults connecting over a mutual experience or mutual interest or whatever. Does that make sense? Anyway. I'm sure I will have more to say on the subject as it continues to eat away at my soul over the course of this evening. I don't know what a good game to play would be to relieve some whatever. Anything, you've got some charisma points? Yeah, I mean, definitely I got experience points for sure. I think my charisma was already nerfed going into that interaction, but I think next time it'll be easier for sure. I think it'll be easier next time for sure. And you know, I already had the option select figured out so I could come away from it with a win-win. The option select being I get practice talking to staff and teachers and trying to communicate what I want or need. And then the other option would be breaking the ice with a pretty girl. And so no matter how it turned out, I would have, covered one or the other. It's just, it happened to be that I just got the basic experience points. The basic, general experience points rather than the whatever. Can't decide if I want to smash zombies or roll up a Katamari or slash goblins. I mean, I guess the zombie game is already on. I want to play something that's cathartic. I don't know what would be cathartic right now. Slash zombies. Alright, let's slash some zombies, I guess. Probably, now that I think about it, something not Japanese to start with would be good. I need a break. I need some good old American entertainment. I do have an urge to play Dragon's Dogma though, which is slash goblins. So maybe I'll just hit a few of these zombies and swap over to Dragon's Dogma. This looks like a boss fight.
Tank. Lovely.
Oh.
fucking zap.
Why is this area so large? What is them noises about? Alright. I guess we're going in. What the fuck?
Fuck. That went right through me.
What the hell?
What's happening to me?
Gross.
Stop it! Fuck! The place is crawling.
Run for it.
Come on, Jay. Find a way through. Bloated motherfuckers. Don't look back. Move it, Jay. Move it. Stay away from me. You're not home yet, Jay.
Hello? Hello? This is Dr. Reed. Are you receiving? This is Dr. Reed.
Roofs! The sewers is bursting with zombies. They've all been drawn to this growing mass of meat. Dissolving the bodies didn't kill it.
The missing biomass. That's why it didn't add up.
What missing biomass?
Doesn't matter now. You need to get out of there.
Already on it. Ciao, Roops. I'll be in touch.
There's so many like boxes that you need a specific key for.
Iron Fluorescence gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
Damn. Huge 10 gifted subs from Iron? That's super nice of you, man. Phew. That might be a record. Thanks, dude. Hell yeah. Yay. See? This is what happens when you put good vibes into the world. You get gift subs in return. Thanks, Iron. That's really generous of you. It's a dancing lane for everybody. She's been released to dance. Indeed. Didn't check the anonymous option. Exposed. Exposed for being generous. Exposed for being generous and nice. Now the whole world knows. I'm the GOAT? Well, this stream would be nothing without you guys. It would just be me sitting here. Yep. Might need a lunch break at some point. So I came straight home and hopped on stream. Oh, I earned a hype chest. Open to see your reward. I got a That's Iconic emote. Cool. I got a emote as a reward for the hype train. Onwards. I got a fire spear now. I think if I have the stamina. Oh my god! Tonight, it'd be. I think I'd like to play Song of Sunlight. Oh yeah, these guys are alive. Aren't they? Man. I think another thing I got out of my attempted approach today was, you know, that feeling of limerence for someone. Like, I'm glad I can still feel it. It's also a reminder of how annoying it is and how kind of like unbearable it can be. But there is some inspo to be gained.
Okay, Jay. This is just a stroll in the park.
Like when I was thinking back on it and realizing
Straight across.
there was a moment
Not look down.
where I like could hear the sound of my voice and perceive myself
I am still
subconsciously.
very smooth. Not a ripple.
Here you for you.
Jolly good. Do I know you?
Know me? More than you realize.
Look, let's do the introductions off.
Is that Katy Perry?
Do you feel that? Pulsing in your marrow. Like a promise.
Hey? How the hell did they get here? Look, I'm going to Santa Monica. Right? I'm leading through that door. Don't make me go through you.
You've got your eyes wide shut. Clinging to the edge of the pool. Too afraid of drowning. I'm gonna have to help you let go.
I'd rather not. Careful! Don't do that! Ah! Ah! Ah!
Uh-oh. Whoa. Zombie? I'm a zombie. Whoa, cool.
Oh shit. This ain't right.
Unlocked Fury mode. Dang, cool.
I need to talk to that doctor in Santa Monica.
Energy drinks give furry boost. Build up furry by killing zombies. Counters and finishers will fill it faster. Damn, this spear is nice. Oh yeah, don't forget I have a shotgun.
Out of the Valley of Death.
This game is good.
Oh, sweet daylight. Civilization. Nearly there.
Have you played Bloodborne? I've tried a few times. I can't get into it. I wish I could. It's the only Souls game that I don't really like. Have you played it? Playing it right now for the first time. It's hard and I'm so ass. Bloodborne is super hard. Yeah, it's like super hard. Especially starting out. There's some like really tough filters. Early Bloodborne. I wish I liked it. I feel like it'd be so sick if I enjoyed it. I like the hammer weapon that turns into a sword. The Kirk hammer. Kirkland hammer. Done Demons to Elden Ring, except... Yeah, I haven't played Sekiro either. I want to play it. But it never goes on sale for less than $29.99. I also haven't played the Demon's Souls remake. I think my favorites are... My favorites are original Demon's Souls, Dark Souls 2, and Elden Ring. I haven't replayed Dark Souls 3 in a really long time, though. Souls games are like, I always think, they're like my favorite games that I don't want to play anymore. Like, I occasionally am like, oh, I feel like playing Dark Souls. Then I think about it for a second, I'm like, no, I don't. Because all I think about are the annoying areas and the swamp areas and poison shit. When I think about Dark Souls, I only think about the shitty areas. I'm like, man, I really don't want to do that again.
Looks just like the kind of deserted I like.
Nice music. What?
Same as the hotel. This must be near the end of an evac route.
Whoa.
Venice. Shit. That's south of Santa Monica, right?
Dang, cool. DS1 was the first game I felt genuine enjoyment with and felt fun. You mean Dark Souls? Dark Souls 1? Dark Souls 1 is fucking cool. The first games I got with my PS3, I got my PS3 off Craigslist and it came with 2 games. Probably like the best bundle you can picture for PlayStation 3 at the time, which was Street Fighter 4 Vanilla and Demon's Souls. And I was really excited for Demon's Souls because I knew it had online, and I assumed it was going to be like Monster Hunter or Phantasy Star Online, where you match up with in the lobby and go out and can go through the whole stage together. It was not that. So I was a little disappointed at the time. But it's like vibe and aesthetic are just, I think, the best still in the series, the original Demon's Souls. As far as like vibes and aesthetic, you really can't beat the Tower of Latria. The first time you play that with the fucking Cthulhu guys. The Medusa Cthulhu looking guys. with the bells. It's horrifying. But Dark Souls 1 like easily has the best like interconnected level design.
Oh, sweet hallelujah. Survivors. Going mad talking to myself.
Uh-oh. Huh?
Yo! You okay, bruv? Why are you on the roof?
Things are getting rough. We need the gate closed. Stop the maggots.
Damn. Clear the parking lot? What if I don't want to do that yet? Jeez. Uh-oh. Do I have to help them right now? I wanted to go in here. Ooh, that made me jump. Damn, this spear is sweet. Oh! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, ah, fuck. I didn't know the whole floor behind the counter was jolted. It was so funny when they used to drive north by Swimmers for the trailer of Dead Island 2. Did they? I didn't really know. I didn't follow this game's like release at all. I only just recently got into these games. I mean, I tried Dead Island back when I first was getting into Western AAA games a couple years ago. That happened to you in real life? Yeah. Accurate. Yeah, I'm coming. Whoops. Oh, get out of the way. Dude, that palm strike is so sick. Oh my god. The combat in this game feels so good. Hey, what's up, A2? Alright, let's go zombie mode up in here. Wait, circuit breakers? Huh? Hey, what happened to the circuit breaker that I dropped? Did it despawn? What? I dropped a circuit breaker right here. Oh, there it is. What's it wanting me to do with this?
Yeah! Feel our good vibes! Yeah! Feel our good vibes!
Oh, there's two of them. Alright, watch this.
Contact free! Be careful down there!
Close the gate.
Hey, how do I close the fucking gate?
Check the parking attendant's hut!
Huh? Check the parking attendant's hut.
Fuck! I've literally blown it.
I think the breaker broke!
Now where did the fucking... What? Dude.
Once I catch those breaker jugglers.
When I put the fucking battery down, it like despawns.
Way to go! I'll go get the door! Heads up! There's some stragglers closing in!
Gate, please, get a move on.
Uh-oh. This was not the smartest thing.
Got them all? They did it! You're alive!
Shoo.
Hold tight! We'll let you in! Hey, bud, check it out! We're good now!
Come in, quick. Yeah, sure.
I'm Kai. Excuse the mess. I'm doing my best. Go through, the guys are in there.
Ah, lovely.
Holy fuck, it's Jack the Giant Slayer.
Autographs later. If I'm still alive.
You want to blast on a Trent special?
Nah, your swag stinks of gusset.
Don't see any more of your swole bros, Alex.
They ain't my swole bros. How many fucking times?
Welcome to the Blue Crab. You're welcome to stay. We got plenty of real good food.
We could certainly do with your, techniques. You are not normal.
Yeah, top shelf all the way, bro. But I'm just sliding on through to the Sterling Hotel.
You're screwed, man. That whole area was militarized. Miles of fences and razor wire. Checkpoints and shit.
Oh, yeah. Plus the horde. Thousands of those ham brains trapped in the evac zone. Then there's the death pits.
Death pits. Listen to you assholes. The death pits. The emo motherfuckers.
Look, we got enough problems right here. Zompocalypse kicks off the week of the strongman competition.
Giant fucking roid-soaked monsters everywhere. You know what I think?
What? Hey,
Huh? What you fucking think, bud? I think
guys. Shit.
I'll keep going. They're gonna get me.
And then there were 3.
I'll get the mop.
Okay, Mum. I'll help these boys.
Hello? This is Emma. I'm trying to reach... Oh, this is stupid. Keep trying.
Emma Jaunt? What did I do now?
Okay. No need to tell the whole world it's me. Listen. I wanted to talk to you about poor dear Michael. I was upset. You didn't have to actually leave.
Emma, darling, chill. I was leaving anyway.
Yes, well, if it doesn't work out, you're welcome back here.
I appreciate him. And I appreciate this call. Michael was a good guy. See you when I see you.
Bye. Better not show with hundreds of bloody refugees. Soon as they found out what you're really like, they'd all leave anyway.
Alright. I need to stand up. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Started stream a bit early today, but I had to. Alright, hey. I forgot to turn off my face. I forgot to turn on music, too. I guess my mind is just elsewhere today. Hey, what's up, Funky? Is a long and awkward silence. God, just like fucking when I was talking to my instructor. I don't know why I have a urge to play this game today. I wish the sun would go down. I should probably take a lunch break at some point. You love the sun. I think my teacher does too. God. Everything is going to remind me of her tonight.
We'll not find Sunbright except by day.
I have no idea what we were doing in this game last night. But we are Hatsune Miku.
Gathering ingredients, eh?
Bros in love.
See those flowers growing at the... just...
I know. It's annoying. God damn it. Well, I mean... I thought we were further than this. We're like right at the beginning of the game.
Before leaving, visit the store to make sure you've ample supplies. This way leads out a field.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like anything was gonna happen today anyways.
This path should see us there.
You know, there's still 4 or 5 weeks left in the session, and I wanted to try to gauge how involved she was with the whole department, if like how much I'll be seeing or interacting with her after this class. If I get into her Korean class, then obviously I'll be seeing her regularly still, and that means shooting my shot wouldn't make sense anytime soon. It would only work if I'm not, like, going to be seeing her at school very often, if at all. And I just don't know. So there wasn't... the point is, there was not going to be anything that came out of the conversation today anyways, in that regard. It's just, I know, wish I was more confident. Who would say the biggest weakness of our hero would be love? Yeah. Love and depression. Talking to the ladies. Yeah, I'm in love with my Japanese instructor. And today I finally mustered up the courage to talk to her after class, which I would needed to do anyways. Like, it's something I need to practice anyways, which is talking to my teachers and trying to be more personable with them so there's more accountability, because school is, like, very cold and detached, and I think that's to my detriment. I think I would do better at school going forward if I'm able to connect with the teachers a little bit more personably. Can students sleep with their professors? Well, we've talked about this. I would say no, not while the class is ongoing. I know that it happens, but I would not want to do that, especially as a very small class. It's an intro class. It's elementary Japanese. It's in a regular classroom. There's like 6 other people in the class. Yeah, it wouldn't happen, and I wouldn't want it to happen while the class is ongoing. What? I don't think you can do that out of class? What do you mean? Bro, finna get A+ out of nowhere. Yeah, well, I mean, what I wanted to get out of the conversation with her today was 1, practice. Just talking to people. 2, talking to staff and teachers specifically. 2, I wanted to, because she's in the language department and I'm going for a Japanese-focused degree, so I just wanted her to know that, because I don't think she did. I wanted her to know that, so there's a little more accountability. And, I want to experiment with talking to staff and teachers for there to be more accountability, because school is so detached. It's not like a job, right? A job, if you don't go, your boss is going to confront you. School, if you don't go, your teacher's just going to mark you as not having been there. She's not going to, your teacher isn't, maybe some. And maybe more likely, if the teacher has if I have, a personable connection with the teacher, I want them to really know if I'm not there. I want them to really know if I'm slacking. Especially for the language teachers and the Japanese teachers. I want them to know that it's important to me to succeed. So that's the other thing I wanted out of the conversation today. And the third thing is I wanted to just, assess the vibe. Because there had been some things that made me question, oh, she's kind of looking at me for confirmation when she makes jokes, or perhaps delusional. But there's been enough little things where I was like, maybe I should just try talking to her and assess the vibe. That's it. But yeah, I kind of botched it today a little. I didn't really, but I kind of did. At least botched it in relation to what I wanted out of it. I didn't do or say anything weird, so that's good. And I didn't push it, I was perhaps even too conservative. But I was really nervous. When I finally, everyone had left the class and I go up to her and just initiate the conversation, I became super nervous. Is I could hear the sound of my voice. It was too quiet. I noticed our physical existence. I was looking at her eyes and I had this flash of a thought about her height, and I was like, oh, I'm pretty tall compared to her, and all these sorts of weird thoughts. And I was trying to gauge what was fucking happening, and I couldn't adapt. I didn't have the charisma dexterity. My confidence and charisma stats were nerfed. I had a debuff. But I think it'll be easier next time. I just gotta figure out an excuse or something to ask her after class to try to continue building up the social link, Because I think that's what it would require. If it were to ever evolve today, it was very professional, which is good. I understand that's good and how it should be right now. However, never say never. Unless they say never. Then you say, okay, yes ma'am. If they say never, you say, understood. But never has not come yet. So, in the absence of a never, don't say never. Hey, Jammy, Zero, in the presence of a girl, would never guess? Hey, I'll have you know, I've done all right for myself through my life. But this is definitely a new thing. Talking to a pretty... Oh, the other thing about my instructor is we're the same age. I'm actually older than her. So there's that to consider as well. But that was something I wanted to communicate today, actually. Is, you know, we're the same age. We're both in our 30s. I wanted to just communicate with someone my age. Like, damn, I feel old. Because all my classmates are 10 years younger than me or more. You know? I'm super unk. So it's hard to connect with people, you know? I don't want school to be a cold, detached experience, but I don't feel like I could connect to classmates. Because we're from different there's an entire generational gap between us. So I wanted to communicate that to my instructor, to just kind of like have somebody understand me. But I didn't get that part off today. I didn't get my shit off. I panicked. Well, I didn't panic, but I failed the QTE for sure. I failed the QTE, but it wasn't like a mission failure, you know. I failed the QTE, but it wasn't a game over. I had to take prerequisite classes before I got to the hard BS, and everyone was like freshman level, and I'm junior level, and so everyone was like 19. Yeah. It's tough. I don't know. I want to, yeah, I really want to try talking with her again. I just don't know exactly when or how. There's 4 or 5 in-person classes left, 4 or 5 weeks. One in-person class a week. So I have 4 or 5 more opportunities to talk to her. Obviously, I don't want to go up to her after every class until the end. And then the other consideration is she also teaches Korean, and I'm supposed to take a secondary language class at some point. So if I get into her Korean class, then, you know, then I'll be seeing her after this semester. But I'm going to be sad, dude. So our semesters are divided into 2 sessions, and the second session is like a condensed class over the course of like a month. And I'm only taking English in the second session.
Assassin 13 just redeemed Hydrate. The final challenge. Take the last class which has her as the final teacher before getting your degree after you broke up with her 2 years ago.
That would be... See, that's the thing. I'm considering those sorts of elements to this, which is another thing I wanted to gauge by talking to her, was how involved is she in the language department. Because if she's really involved, then this is like a no-go at all until I graduate. But if she's only kind of involved, then imagine that. It'd be like a work wife. I could go hang out with her after class. Wouldn't that be kind of cute? I don't know. I could see it being like, this is the other thing, is like, you know, we're two adults. We're in our fucking 30s. I think I'm capable of navigating a sort of tricky situation like that without it being like weird or dramatic or like whatever. Personally, I think I could navigate it just fine. You know, like dating someone who works at a school a college you're attending. I think I'd be fine for me. But yeah, there's a lot of unknowns at the moment. There's a lot of unknowns. And you know, it's not I don't even know if she has a boyfriend or not. She might have a boyfriend, who knows? I haven't brought myself to lurking. I just haven't felt right lurking, but maybe I should before too long, you know? Because that would just squash it right then. If she happens to have a boyfriend and I find that out somehow, she hasn't mentioned anything like that, and she apparently works 2 other jobs. So my thought was like, a person in their early 30s without a ring working that many jobs, I feel like probably doesn't have a committed relationship. I don't know. But if I did find the deviance to lurk, if I could trigger my deviant side and go try finding her on Instagram or whatever, and can find any evidence of a boyfriend, then I'm like free. I think that would totally just like set me free from all of this. I'm like, oh, okay, never mind then. Moving on. But yeah, I almost don't want to know. I almost don't want to know. I don't know. I'm disappointed that I was so nervous. And I feel embarrassed that I was so, like, weak. I feel like I looked weak. I know I didn't to her. I'm sure she's not thinking about it that way, but to me, I know it wasn't my best. It wasn't my best. At all. It really just took me by surprise, though, I think. Like, once everyone had left the class and it was just me and her chatting, the atmosphere took me by surprise, I think. I hadn't really prepared for it to be so quiet. And I felt very shy. Fuck. God damn it. To reiterate, though, I am proud of myself for doing something hard, which is talking to a girl. Every day is a lesson. I feel the vibe. I mean, maybe she'll think about the fact that I had approached her. Maybe she'll have some food for thought between now and next week. I'll just have to continue assessing the vibe. She was also, like, a lot more... She was, like, in a really good mood today for some reason. She was in, like, a really good mood, and she was locked in from the start of class. Usually she's kind of, like, phoning it in for the first half of class, for the first hour, and then opens up and brightens up in the second hour. But today she was locked in and cheery from the get-go, which kind of also threw me off a little. She was in a good mood because you talked to her. I mean, this was before I talked to her, though. I talked to her after class. I mean, I know what you're trying to say, but this was before I talked to her. I do wonder, though, because last week when we did our online class, she was, like, really struggling to get through the lesson. And she had also heard that we sort of struggled with the lab instructor on some things. So I wonder if she came into class locked in because she felt like, oh, I've been not doing a great job, so I need to, like... Because it was a much better lesson today than it had been previous weeks. She was in a good mood because she was anticipating that you were going to talk to her. Girls can read minds. Low key. Low key. I feel like you're onto something. And, not to get too delusional, but I sort of wondered, not that she was, like, anticipating it per se, but, like, you know, the last interaction we had from last week was me telling her good job after the lesson that she was struggling with. You know, I told her good job, and she said, "Aw." So maybe I'm just looking for any kind of lifeline here. I'm looking for any sort of cope that I can find. It's cute. God damn it. There were, like, when we were chatting today, there were some awkward moments of brief silence, and I'm looking at her and she's looking at me, and she's kind of has a, like, is there something else sort of vibe, and I think she could tell that there's something else I wanted to say, but I couldn't figure it out. But she was reciprocative, and had I been on my game, charisma stat locked, at stabilized at normal levels, if my cortisol levels had been stabilized, 1000% it could have gone lots of different, more personable directions. There's so many ways that I could have handled it and continued a conversation that was natural and sort of broke the ice, the professional ice. I could have. But I was also anxious. I was like, didn't want to hold her up. I was feeling like, am I holding her up? You know, I was having all these anxious thoughts that I was trying to fight through. And I could hear the weakness in my own voice. I was, like, very aware that my voice was, like, lower, and yeah, I'm kind of anxious about it. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know we have to take another language. Do you recommend any other t-shirts? You know, it was like that. And I could hear myself. But had I been, like, locked in and more confident and, like, comfortable with the quietness, I could have, you know, built the social link a little bit better at least. But again, there's more opportunities. I just need to figure out a time. I need to figure out a time and something to say, something else I want to say. And maybe it doesn't need to be that deep. Maybe I can just go up to her after a class and, you know, like, jump right into something. Like, how was your experience with this degree? How was your experience doing the Japanese degree? Maybe it doesn't even to be that complicated. I don't know. We'll brainstorm. Watch this. Watch this. This is me throwing away my... This is me throwing away my worries.
Don't worry.
Oh, I ran out of stamina. Come here, man. Come here, buddy. Hey. He's trying to escape. This is me throwing away all my concerns and all my worries.
I cannot move.
How do I load? Oh shit. I don't think I can load. Alright, buddy, I'm coming to get you. Hey, don't worry, man. I'm coming. Whoa. I didn't take any damage from that?
No! They hold the advantage!
What? Alright. Ooh. I don't remember. How do I use my bow? Oh, okay. Bro has the whole team working on the matter. Yeah, it's like the that picture of Young Thug in the studio, and he's got his glasses on, and he's like sternly, seriously looking at the computer. And yeah, I mean, you guys will probably have to hear me. You guys will probably have to put up with me repeating myself. And
I wonder what's inside.
I didn't get to customize my buddy yet. How do I see the map? This game's awesome. Where do I get Sunbright from? Oh. I thought we were further than we are in this game, but we're like right at the beginning still. In case you don't remember, a dragon ate our heart or something, and now we're on a quest to kill the dragon and get our heart back, I guess.
Don't worry, I am here.
Alright, thanks, man. I love this game, but it's definitely got some jank and some things that I don't like about it these days. Like, I really don't like the stat progression system. And I don't like how your like stamina and carry capacity is tied to your height and weight. And the stat progression works. The way it works is when you level up, it depends on what class you are currently using. So, for example, if you're currently a mage and you level up, you'll get stats, or you'll get a stat increase with your like magic and less on HP. Like, you'll get magic and MP. But if you're like a warrior and you level up, you'll get strength and HP. So I find that kind of annoying. Like, you can really fuck up your character if you just play as a mage the whole game. Then you basically will be the weakest warrior of all time if you decide you want to be warrior later on. So if you're going for a particular stat allocation, you have to be conscious of when you level up or when you're going to level up, and you have to make sure you're the right vocation equipped. And then there's other stuff about this game that doesn't hold up too great, like the inventory system is kind of a mess. Carry capacity is always a problem. Some people will just make their pawn be like super huge and fat so they can carry a bunch of stuff. Will Hideaki Itsuno manage to release another game? Probably not. I don't know much about Dragon's Dogma 2.
If memory serves. I know the way, Master. Follow me.
Oh, this might be the point where we customize our pawn or get more pawns.
Well met, Arisen. Can you hear our voice? We speak to you from across great distance. The Pawn Legion has awaited you. Pray, forgive this strange and impersonal greeting. This rift serves as a gate. It connects our kind to your world. It opens to the Arisen. For they possess a will powerful enough to guide the Legion. If you would claim to be among the Arisen, prove the strength of your resolve.
Another thing I'm trying to keep in mind is what is my ultimate goal? And what was the conclusion I'd come to that led me to doing the Japanese degree in the first place? Which is, I won't be satisfied settling down until I go overseas. Like, I don't think I'll be satisfied settling down until I at least try living in Japan for some amount of time. Right? So it's been difficult to keep my eyes on the prize, and I think, like, having a more personal connection with the language department will help me with that. But then again, you know, I have thought, like, you know what? I'll abandon that dream for her. You know what? Who needs Japan when I've got Sensei? I would give up everything for her. I got my friend to guess mouth-washing characters, and he called Daisuke, Sophie, Anya, Mary, Swansea. Wait. Daisuke, Sophie, Anya, Mary, Swansea, James, and Jimmy, Ricardo, Curly, Noah. Ricardo is good.
Very well. Then we shall guide you in your trial. If you are an Arisen in truth, this humble task will prove no obstacle. The Arisen must possess the valor to stand against all threats, and the power to quell them.
Beware, guys, that's what girls will do to you if you let your guard down. Dude.
A tireless spirit of self-improvement grants the strength to lead the Legion.
Never look them in the eyes, trust me. Just don't do it. Ugh. Her eyes and her smile and... God. I'm pissed. I don't remember. Can't I? Can I not dash? Maybe dash is something you have to learn. I think dash, like, dodge is a skill you have to learn.
A strange power emanates from within.
Check the area around the encampment until you find the threat.
Shall we search the area?
Yes, we shall. These are some strong boxes, what the fuck? Unbreakable boxes?
Looks like part of a journal. I wonder whose.
Yeah, I can't break any of these boxes.
Seems the soldiers make their beds there.
The beast comes! Hurry!
Yo, pause. The beast comes. Man.
There may be prowling monsters about.
Man.
All ready for battle?
Hmm? Did I just leave? Will your Japanese teacher inspire a song in the future? Yeah, well, there were definitely things there that I found inspiring. Like, I know I keep repeating the part how I was able to, like, I started perceiving my own voice. I think there was something there, like, artistically. That moment where you start perceiving yourself in the silence of it all. Watch this. Shadow of the Colossus. Oh, shit. Oh, how do I heal? I forgot how to heal. Climb on his ass. Yeah, shout out to Iron for gifting everybody a sub. That was nice. Oi. Damn! My homie's climbing up there. Dude. My homie's kind of a beast. He was climbing up that thing. We gotta customize him though. He's default right now. We need to change his name and his appearance. Who's this?
Was a close break, that. Let us return to the encampment. If you're tired, rest. 'Tis a welcome breeze. We've done as asked. Let us go and give word of it. Set out from here and we'll be on the path to Grand Soren. What purpose do you suppose this place holds?
We can have your pick, any you like. What will it be today?
Hey, welcome archivists. Can I call you Archie? What should I call you? Archivists? Welcome. How's it going? What did you say to the girl? Oh boy. Call you Buttface? Alright, well if you insist. Well, I told her it was my... it's a long story. But, I just, where do I begin?
What will it be today? Have your pick, any you like. What will it be today?
How many times did you tell this story? At this point, probably like 4 times. I'll be telling it again, I'm sure. Hang tight. I'm sure once enough time passes, I'll have to tell it again to get it off my chest, because it will bubble up. It'll bubble up to the surface all night, I'm sure. As long as she wasn't tied up. She wasn't. Yeah. I was maybe a little too cognizant about not tying her up. I didn't do or say anything weird. So that's good. It was more about what I didn't say, and it was more about how I said what I said. I.e., I didn't have as much confidence as I should have. Yeah, it was more about like what I didn't say. Really. I was too I didn't want to I didn't want to tie her up. I like at some point became very conscious like I don't want to be holding her up here. I don't want to like, you know, keep her if she has to go. You're the most normal guy on Twitch? I mean... honestly, might be true. It's best to be straightforward. Yeah. Yeah. There will be more opportunities for me to talk to her. And it's better that I was conservative today, I think. It definitely was. I just kicked myself because I know I could have done better. Certainly not in any rush. But I know that I could have done better. But at the same time, I do give myself some freedom from judgment because it's hard. It was a hard thing to do. And, you know, I guess any little point towards the social link, any EXP is good EXP. So, let's keep trying. But yeah, how's it going, Archivists? Do you like this game? I don't remember. There's a lot of stuff I don't remember here.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like? Come again soon.
Played it a lot. Yeah, I played the crap out of this game on PS3. And I played through Dark Arisen many years ago. But this is my first time revisiting it really in like, I don't know, 5+ years.
With that, your trial is complete. You are the Arisen in truth, proven beyond any doubt. Now, I bid you select a companion for the journey ahead. They shall serve you, and you alone.
Our character is Hatsune Miku.
Hardships.
We made our character be Hatsune Miku. Nice. Okay, what do we want our pawn to be? Borat? Maybe we should make him Borat. Oops. His moniker. What's the closest? Bobo? Bob? Bo? Bo for short? Boris? No. Box? I feel like we should just call him Bo. Build. I think keeping him as a mage or whatever is good. I know that like height and weight determines how much he can carry. Oh, category's still Dead Island? No, it's not. It's not on my end. I don't remember, like, what are the negatives to making your guy huge? Height and weight determines carry capacity, right? But what's the downside? Less stamina or something? I guess we shouldn't worry about that. We should just make him Borat. But Big Borat's kind of cool. We can't have him be a twerp. Slower to climb monsters. Maybe this build is kind of good, Big Borat. Select a voice. Yeah. I could not beat this secret boss yesterday. It was harder than the first boss and second combined. Dang, are you gonna try again? Always play as a jolly, fat, strong dude. If the game allows you to. Good point. Larger is better for warriors, smaller for strider decks. I was gonna probably have my main pawn be like support, like mage support, but I also want him to be able to carry a lot of shit for me. Maybe we should give him like a masculine voice. That'd be kind of funny. Hey, alright, Jamie. Thanks for hanging. Alright, let's see. Where's the Borat face? Oh, this is kind of Borat-y. Let's start with that. Hairstyle. That's Borat hair, right? Yes, okay, looking good. His nose and his face shape. There we go. Now we're getting closer. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Brows. He needs big eyebrows. Big bushy eyebrows. The nose is too wide. Yeah, he's jacked. This is jacked Borat. Mouth. What does Borat's mouth look like? Yo, wait, rewind the tape. That sounded a little sus. Yo, what'd that mouth do? Chad Rat, yeah. This one's pretty good. Ears? We can't even see the ears. I don't know what kind of ears Borat has. Edit body, edit features. Take off his face. Wait, we need a proper facial hair for him. Just a plain mustache, please. Okay, that looks pretty good. Color adjustment. Hair color needs to be black. It is not black. Alright, that's pretty good. There we go. Skin color. He's like really pale, right? Medium skin tone. Like this? This one? Or the previous one? This one's decent. The olive one. So this one is number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 1. Number 2. 3. Alright. Maybe make him a little bit shorter. You know, maybe I'm thinking too much about being optimal. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Instead, we should just make him a little more accurate, right? But still, buff Borat's kind of funny. Musculature. What? I think we could get this a little bit more accurate here. I mean, I don't know. That is pretty close, right? Ooh. So this one's number 22. This one's 17. I think 22 is closer. Oh, that one's pretty good too. 32, number 32. I'm thinking we're doing good here. Adjust position and color. Oh, damn. These are the dangers of character creation. It might not get much better than this. Anything else is going to be, you know, a little bit too granular, perhaps. Maybe the ears we can do something about. I think that about does it, if you ask me. Alright, I guess we'll take off the scar. I think Punished Borat is kind of cool, but... Punished Borat. Any last words before I finalize this guy? I think you can edit him again if you want later. Yeah, nice. Few questions. Oh yeah, fuck. What do these do again? These is like AI. This changes AI. Hey, what's the arc? What should I say here? What's the strat? Depends on his class. I think I want to have him as a support mage type class. Utilitarian. Careful prep. I'm reading that utilitarian is good for what I'm thinking. I do want to get back into the game, so I might just speedrun this a little bit. Vocation. We want to be mage. Magic Borat. This game rocks. I had a random urge to play it today. I think I made the right choice. Later on we'll play either more Indica or Song of Sunlight, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like Song of Sunlight might be cathartic for me to... Dude.
Our fealty is sworn to you, Arisen.
Hatsune Miku looks ridiculous.
Legion's men called pawns live and die by your command.
Dude. Does not look like Hatsune Miku at all. Dude, Borat looks good. We've got 2 mages now, though. We should probably take like a warrior, I guess. Henry. Mint.
Yes, Arisen?
This guy's cool. Come on, Mint.
I am honored to travel.
I guess 2 mages is okay. Just play, figure it out. So I've got Mint, Rook, and Borat's outside, I think, right? It's almost stretch break time. In fact, it is stretch break time. But I want to progress just a little bit more. Nice.
Ah, a master and his pawn, is it? You'll be quite the force, come the day you learn to fight as one. Mind you, that is a skill better honed in practice than in the heat of Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat!
I can help in that regard, should you wish it.
Damn. Okay, yeah, I really need stretch. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's a fun stream tonight. I needed it. Just like I need this stretch break. This time, we will definitely have some tunes going. Alright. Give me about 5 or 10 minutes and I'll be back. Thanks. Alright, yo, sorry for the delay. I got hit with a big wave of nausea all of a sudden. But I got some Pepto. Wish I didn't have to go to uni. I mean, I get that. Is there a reason besides just the fact that school sucks? Whew. Damn, I don't know what came over me. I guess you could say I'm lovesick. Just hate the fact that I have to do all this side content like math, history, BS. I already have the career. What? Dude, yeah, I mean, that's why I became really, really jaded and cynical about school early on in my life. By the time I was in high school, I was like, what do I need all this shit for? I already know what I want to do. I was really disillusioned with it very early on. That's why I dropped out of high school twice. Pisses me off that there's people that made it without going to uni. Nowadays it's either get that piece of paper or be a bum. Yeah, it's a scam, really. I mean, if it was free, that'd be one thing. If it was just like government subsidized in like other countries and you could go to school without having to pay like other countries, I think that would make all the other side shit easier to swallow. Pause. Because I can see a benefit to it, you know? I definitely can see the rationale of like gen ed bullshit being valuable in some sense. But when you're paying for it and it's like, it feels just like a formality, then it sucks ass. Especially if you already have the skills, you know, that you need for the job. Back in the day, you could just lie. My friend's mom lied about having a degree and got a job back in the day, you know? Back in the day, you could just straight up lie. I guess you still can, but not to the same extent. If you even needed a degree in the first place. I always think that getting jobs is so much easier back in, like, you know, the 80s and prior. Like, my dad works in marketing for a CAD company. He did not go to school for that. He went for video production and then landed a job working in marketing for a CAD company without any like degree or formal training for it. It's like, I mean, I think about, you know, it must have been so much easier, but at the same time, I do know that my dad struggled to get work for a long time back then. And the only reason he got that marketing job for the CAD company was he hounded them for like 2 years. So maybe it wasn't always easier. Yeah, it's hard to find like a sustainable career that isn't hell. These days. The issue is, I don't know what I want in life, like besides just being comfortable and not having to worry about bills. I don't know what my final goal is. Right. We all need some sort of like purpose or meaning. Beyond paying bills. I get it. It's really hard to find our purpose and our meaning. I wish I was one of those people that didn't need. I feel like there are people out there who are content just going to work and going home. Playing Fortnite. I wish I was one of those people that just had a job and that's all I needed. Go home, play World of Warcraft, wake up, go to work, come home, play World of Warcraft. I think there's something to be said for existing being a purpose in itself. Like, just simply existing is not easy. Only thing that's really on my mind is just getting a femboy. Hell yeah. Life really is about the journey and not the destination. But having a destination in mind is important too. But I guess it's for me about shifting my perspective to appreciating the small things. And appreciating the journey more, because I get hung up sometimes thinking about the end goal. It's like sometimes there doesn't need to be a purpose. Like me going to school, like yeah, I really want it to work out, and I feel like my life is over if it doesn't work out. But just the experience of doing it is valuable as like a existential thing, as like a human thing. It is an experience, you know. It's like it's not something that everyone gets to experience, and we're human, and you know, it might not be fun or something that we see value in now, but with a little shift in perspective, I feel like anything can become something else. Realistically, just having someone I could be with, yeah, I feel that. I feel that heavy today. I've been like very content being alone and single for the past few years. And I still mostly am. Like, I am not in a position at all where I'm going to settle and just date for the sake of it. But it is a little lonesome. And I'm getting old. I'm gonna be 35 in September. So this school thing has gotta work out, bro. If I can be in Japan by the time I'm 40, then I'll be doing alright. You thought I was 28? No, you didn't. You know I was in my 30s. Didn't you? It ain't a secret. Yeah, I'm super unk. I'm like past big bro. I'm well past big bro and truly unk. That's the thing, like I was talking about earlier. I wanted to try to connect with my teacher who's also in her early 30s. And I wanted to confide or like connect with someone my age, considering all my classmates are 10 or more years younger than me. Like, you know, I want to be involved and have school not be a detached, cold thing. But I can't really connect with my classmates. There's like a whole ass generational gap. So I just wanted to get her perspective on that. But I failed to reach that point. I failed that QTE. I guess that is something I could talk, like, just approach her about. That is an entry point back into a conversation with her. Is just like, hey, I feel old. How do you feel? I thought you were 28. I think in the back of my mind you told me once you were in your 30s, but I forgot. Yeah, I'm sure I did, but I know I have a young man's aura. I know it's my youthful spirit and my youthful... I mean, I have a kind of higher voice as well. I don't have a deep, masculine 30-year-old voice. Stream title is so funny. What's up, Tino? I mean, it's just factual. It's just precisely what happened. God. What we talking about? We were talking about school and existence and talking to girls, but more talking to girls is kind of earlier. Now we're talking about school and purpose and existence, just like some casual topics. You're not like 22. You knew my age as well, didn't you, Tino? How are people just finding out that I'm unk? It ain't a secret. I've mentioned it many times. I've mentioned many times that I'm like 30 plus. Ain't no way. You know I'm a millennial. We've joked about me being a millennial before. Unless you thought I was joking. Unk? Oh no. Oh yes. Respect your elders. I've got so much wisdom on you guys. You don't even know. I was there for MySpace. I was on the internet pre-Facebook. My sense of time is warped because when I hear millennial, I still think 20s. Yeah. Yeah, time's moving real fast. Millennials are no longer big bro. Millennials are now unk and auntie. I would get back to gaming, but I'm trying to wait out this nausea. I took some Pepto. I don't know why I'm so nauseous suddenly. I think I'm lovesick. I'm sort of wondering if I should log off and wait for this nausea to pass and then come back later. I ain't gotta work tomorrow. I hate to log off though. But yeah, I'm feeling fucking sick suddenly. Should I leave stream running and just say 30 minutes? I'll be back in like 30 minutes maybe. Yeah, like 8:15, quarter after 8. And we'll play either Indica or Song of Sunlight. I kind of want to play Song of Sunlight. I feel like it's going to be cathartic. You guys can continue chatting here. This is a free space to hang out and chill to some music and chat with friends. Yeah, thanks guys. Give me about 30 minutes and I'll be back. I'll see you then. Thanks. Yo. I got stuck in traffic. My bad. What did I miss? You guys talk about me while I was gone? I know you were talking smack. Feeling better. An alien passed by while I was gone? What was it doing? What was it doing here? Also, I want to play Song of Sunlight, but I wonder if it's better to play A Short Hike for a second. I think people missed A Short Hike the other day when I started it. We will definitely be playing Song of Sunlight though, and I hope people will be available to lock in for it. No controllers detected. Oops. I also thought of how to initiate again with Sensei. So we'll discuss the game plan here in a second. You guys know this game? Also, I made pizza. It's cooling off right now. Bro eats pizza, bro eats soda. Yeah, I think I got hit by the nausea bomb because I OD'd on sugar and caffeine. Will pizza help? Maybe. But I think it's because I OD'd on sugar and caffeine without eating real food. This bunny says, Hi. Hi. Are you okay? Not really. I'm supposed to run a marathon race today, but I've lost my lucky headband. I've worn it to every race I've ever run. I don't know if I could race without it. Where'd you lose it? Somewhere in Blackwood Forest, I think. I could take a look for you. You'd do that for me? Pair of running shoes. You can have my running shoes. I just got sponsored by this shoe company. They gave me like 10 pairs. Congrats. Thanks. But let me know if you see a red headband. Damn. Oh, who's that turtle? Oh, weird question, but where'd you get that headband? I don't know. I've had it for ages. Why? Well, I was just talking to this rabbit. She said she lost her headband somewhere in the forest. Oh, you mean Sue? Maybe? I didn't get her name. She was really worried about it, though. She said it was lucky and she needs it to race. I'm supposed to race her later today. She's so talented, I've been really looking forward to it. What if I give you mine? I'm pretty sure it's the same kind. Maybe she wouldn't notice. Oh, but then it wouldn't be lucky? I don't know. Just take it. Okay, I got a headband. Damn it. No. Nice. Hey, welcome back, A2. Any luck finding my headband? Well, I found this. That's not it. The sweat stains aren't in the right place. Where did you find this? Actually, the turtle gave it to me. They said you could have it. They're looking forward to the race and didn't want you to miss it. What? Really? Taylor the turtle? They're like the regional champion. This headband has to be like at least twice as lucky. Possibly even quadruple lucky. Okay, I'll take it. I'm so pumped to take these running shoes. Hold square to run. Wow, cool. This is a good game. Hey, here's a beaver. How's it going? Good. The fish are biting today. Cool, cool. So, is fishing hard? Nope. It's easy. I can show you if you like. I'll lend you a spare rod. Yapping earlier to Moldy about homesteading and reverse karma. What's reverse karma? I'm so stoked to eat breakfast. But it's already the afternoon. Tomorrow's breakfast. It's the best meal of the day. Sometimes when I'm about to go to bed, I get so excited by the thought of it I have trouble sleeping. So what makes breakfast so great? Dang, you ever had a pancake before? Yeah. Bacon, waffles, eggs, French toast, a fruit bowl? Yes to all. So you know what I'm talking about. Just daydreaming about cinnamon waffles. I mean, the frog is at point. I'm with him. But breakfast is awesome. Hey, what's going on, Bones? How did the talk go? It went okay. I think that the idea of karma itself is BS, and that it's in reverse based on how people in our government and bad people always get benefits in this world, but good people suffer. Yeah, I mean, well, that's capitalism. Especially unfettered capitalism, it rewards psychopathy. That's just the fact of it. Deregulated capitalism rewards psychopathy and narcissism. Yeah, I think it's simpler than karma. It's just the economic system that we live in. It doesn't have to be that way. It does seem like things are shifting slowly, but... Gonna have to go to Kumon for tutoring. Yeah, I mean, I kinda... You know, I got my charisma and speech skills got nerfed by anxiety. It felt super real suddenly when I was like face to face with her standing up and everyone else had left the class. I got totally nervous. But it was fine. The key is I didn't do or say anything weird and I didn't push it. And I'm already thinking about how to initiate again. There's 4 or 5 more weeks, 4 or 5 more in-person classes, so I need to like plot out when to talk to her again. I might end up trying to take her Korean class because she told me that I need to take another language course on top of the Japanese, and she suggested Korean, which I think is more her specialty. But yeah, then I'll have even more time to sow the seeds if I take her Korean class. But I don't even know if she has a boyfriend. It'd be good to know. It's maybe a good thing to know. She hasn't alluded to it at all. So I don't know. I'm definitely in my feels about it tonight. I think Bones is just joking about Kumon. My Indian friend had to go to Kumon when we were kids. No! Whoa. Hey. Ah! Yes, his setup is 100% legal. Yes, I have a valid camping permit. Wait. Fine, fine, you got me. Hold on. I lost it. I'm a terrible liar. I'm a mess. Please don't write me up. I can bribe you. I got bait. Do you just really hand me a fistful of worms? It's fishing bait. I'm desperate. What would you do? Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna tell anyone. Wait, really? Aren't you a junior ranger? Nope. My aunt's a ranger, but I don't work for her. Oh well, you won't tell, right? My half-Asian cousins went through hell with tutoring bullshit. Dude. Dude. The Red Baron? Sorry for eating into the mic. The Red Baron, personal size deep dish frozen pizza, is the truth. This right here (1000%) is the best frozen microwavable pizza you can get. It's so good for being microwave frozen. It's crazy. It's like still like the crust is crispy and then the insides is... It's really good for being so... It's really cheap too. I wonder what... Yo! See? Fucking Report of the Week agrees with me. Dude, I've been validated. Come on, turn this shit off. You guys know Report of the Week, right? Come on now.
Hello everyone, this is Running on Empty Food Review. Well, hello ladies and gentlemen, and everyone watching. This is Running on Empty Food Review, and I am your host, the Report of the Week. So, well, thank you for checking in. Thank you for hey, sticking here with me through all these crazy times. And crazy times they are. Of course, it is a developing situation. You don't really know what's going to happen. You don't have a crystal ball. But of course, it is a serious situation, and as a result, I think you're seeing a lot of changes being made to daily life. Of course, one thing that I'm a huge advocate of is social distancing. Just staying a bit more isolated through all of this. I mean, that's something that I've already been doing for the last
Alright, get to the review.
Anyway, I am inside, I am eating a lot lately. So, already, I mean, I don't want to try and say I have never had this, yet somehow the box is empty and one of these things is missing already, and why is there a bite mark out of the pizza? What's going on, Review Bra? Too much hand sanitizer? What have you been up to? But, no, I have had these before, and I really like them, and I just want to say kind of why I do. It's a Red Baron item. I think it's probably still available at most grocery stores. I mean, even with supplies as they are. The supply lines aren't down. That's another thing that people need to remember. things are still getting restocked. And yes, everyone will be able to get their blessed toilet paper as well soon enough. It is getting restocked. This is Red Baron's Deep Dish Singled Pizza. It's a personal deep dish pizza, and the box is not lying to you. There are two right here. So you can see kind of this one is slightly eclipsing the other one there, but there are two. Comes with pepperoni on it, and yeah, two pizzas. One of these would really suffice as a snack or maybe a small meal, whereas if you're feeling a bit more peckish, right, the both of them would work out as a satisfactory meal. But anyway, I discovered this. I was going through the frozen food section. I just wanted to get some frozen pizzas. I saw these and I wasn't really sure if it was going to be good or not. But I tried them out and I just kept getting them because they're really good. I mean, I really like them. I think this is something that's... I think a lot of people look over it, but I've been a big fan of it. So yeah, Red Baron's Deep Dish Singles Pepperoni Pizza. There you have it. Alright, now what I did for the sake of the video... I always enjoy going out and preparing these and making a little bit of a separate segment for that. So with that, follow me over to the oven and take a look while I make this. Going forward, I'll be trying out a couple more items like this. Might do a little live stream here and there. And yeah, I mean, again, it's interesting. It's unique times. That's the better word for it. It's unlike anything that I've ever seen before. That's the best way to put it. But we're gonna get through this. I think that really goes for everyone.
He's talking about COVID, but it's funny to think that he's talking about the pizza.
I'll usher it to the camera like it's some sort of sacrificial offering.
Dude, he's the best.
There you have it. Yeah, close up. But yeah, pepperoni pizza. So I always cut it into the little quarters.
Anyways. That's so dope that he validated my long-standing opinion that Red Baron Deep Dish Personal Singles are the best frozen pizza for the price. Anyways. Yeah, I'd like to play Song of Sunlight. Let me just go ahead and switch the controller over. Yeah, I thought about how I can reinitiate conversation with Sensei. Enough of this happy-go-lucky bullshit. Yeah, man. Every time we've played Song of Sunlight, it's been eerily relevant to whatever we were discussing. I think, the only thing is, like, I don't know if I should approach her again next week. Have you watched Lane? Yeah. She's seen my Lane notebook, but didn't say anything. Yeah, I don't know if I should approach her again next in-person class, so next Tuesday, or if I should skip a week. Because we've got 4 or 5 weeks left, so that's 4 or 5 in-person classes. You understand? And this is not taking into account that I might be able to take her Korean class. I wouldn't push you if you're going to take her Korean class, too. Right. So I need to look into that. I need to see because I asked her if she had any recs for Japanese 102, and she said she didn't know who's doing it. They haven't assigned people to it yet. But I've also gotten notifications that I should enroll for next semester for classes. You're gonna see her regardless. I mean, yeah, if I take the Korean. The other thing is, I don't know how involved she is with the language department. So that's what I was wanting to try to assess, but I didn't get to it today. But yeah, I do think probably skipping a week before talking to her again, right? Rather than next week. I think, you know, how I'd approach it next is like bullet points here, like, can I get your advice again? I've never been a school person. I'm really out of my element and I want to feel more connected to the process, but I'm also so old that I feel it. I feel really old when I'm talking to classmates. So just like, what is your experience with that? Or like, what do you think about that? Gonna have to wait 4 years, actually. Well, this is a 2-year degree. After 2 years, I would transfer to a university nearby. Yeah, I mean, I'm not so naive that I think that I'd be able to date this person while I'm taking her class, or while, you know, if she's going to be really nearby, you know. I'm just sussing things out. I mean, today I bailed because I felt like it would be weird if I tried to push conversation beyond what I was comfortable with, you know. So don't think that I'm not 34 years old, you know. Don't think that I've never, you know, gone through similar things in the past, and I think I've got a pretty decent read with these things. I can be delusional, yes, but can't we all? I also recognize when it's delusion. So I'm very, perhaps too conscious perhaps too aware of what other people feel. And the other benefit, you know, there's also sincerity here when I say I want to feel more connected with school and I want to be more involved, and I think it'd be good for me. So beyond just being in love, there's also this other part that is equally sincere, where I want to just like have a more personable relationship with the whole process. Sounds like she appreciated you talking to her. Yeah, I don't know what was up today. She was like really in her zone as a teacher today, more so than any other day. Like until today, she hadn't really had a teacherly aura as much. And today is like she was super locked in. She was in like a really good mood and like very on her game. And that kind of threw me off because like talking to like classmates, especially one-on-one, like I am the one that tends to have to lead the interaction because, you know, I'm older than them and I can do small talk no problem, and I put them at ease. I'm able to put them at ease because I can feel their, you know, I can feel their anxiety and their social anxiety. I'm able to help ease that just because of experience. But the roles were reversed when I approached my teacher after class today. There's 10 people here? Dude, talking about all this, like, teacher romance really brings in the viewers, I guess. Hopefully no one's here for Short Hike, because that's not what we're playing. I don't know how this game only has 4 followers. I think that's a generational thing. Gen Z kids are very quiet and reserved. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, there's 1000% a generation, like, I feel the generational gap. I do think just, like, late teens, early 20s kids are awkward in general. Like, it makes sense. I was too. Everyone I knew was. You don't have experience navigating social interactions like that. My Gen Z coworkers really don't talk to me unless I bother to ask them something. Well, my classmates are pretty outgoing, I'll say. I mean, in the sense that they aren't shy about group discussions, and they aren't shy about raising their hand and answering questions and things. They're not necessarily, like, shy, like... Yeah, they're not, like, that reserved, the ones I've talked to in my class. It's just they are a little socially awkward and don't know what to say sometimes. But once I put them at ease, they will start asking questions. Like today, I was paired with a girl who was obviously very young, probably like 19, 20, maybe even 18, and she, like, was very clearly, like, a little bit shy or awkward, didn't know what to say. But once I activated my charisma, it sounds a little conceited, I know, but once I activated my charisma and a few back and forths, she became way more comfortable, and she was like, so what's your major? And I told her Japanese, and she was like, oh, cool, I'm doing accounting. And, you know, it turned into a normal conversation. Even the mental maturity of an 18-year-old at 21 is huge. Right. And, like, 21 to 34, forget about it. Is like, no. That's why I feel so... anytime I talk to them, I feel like an imposter. I feel like an alien wearing human skin. And I think that's, like, a legitimate concern to have, or a legitimate thing to seek advice about from someone who's my age, i.e. my teacher. Right? You know what I mean? There's this woman in my grad program, and she's in her 50s. Yeah. There's definitely, like, other unks and aunties on campus, but none in my class. My school had a ton of older students. I'm sure they felt the same way now that I look back. Oh, for sure. When my initial experience with community college, over 10 years ago at this point, I remember the songwriting class I took had a bunch of, like, older people, bunch of gray hairs, and yeah. But I really haven't seen that many on this campus. I really have not seen that many that seem to be students. It really is many, many Zoomers and alphas. I, like, honestly, maybe 1 in 100 people I see someone that visibly looks older, and I just assume they're also a professor or a teacher or whatever. It's because you're in the beginner courses. Yeah, I'm sure that's the case as well. And these are all things, like, I can find answers to on my own just through you know, time investment. But I think it's also a reasonable excuse to initiate another conversation, you know? And you have to talk to people about these things. I could talk to you guys about it. But I can't just, like, live with it in my mind and not know and just be floating through class. Like, there's no reason that I shouldn't, you know, bring it up if it's appropriate. That's what I think, anyways. God, I'm such a baka. Boku wa baka. Desu. I don't remember what we were doing. Oh, okay. It might be difficult for me to give you guys a recap. But last time we played, so we were in the soldier training, and we wanted to be a temple guard, because our character is in love with one of the shrine maidens, and if we are a temple guard, we would get to work at the shrine. And our love interest is a girl who's kind of emo, and she's a little bit of an outcast, and we want to protect her. That's why we want to become a temple guard. But we suddenly got promoted and assigned to the job that guards the village outside the village. Outside the village, there's something called the Well, I think. And monsters, some sort of creatures come out of it occasionally. And so there are soldiers positioned, there's a few soldiers that get positioned there, and they basically just have to live out there. And so we got suddenly assigned to that, and our dad, who's also like a soldier trainer, was like really concerned and shocked almost, and we were also like, what the hell? And so we just finished our first night guarding the well or whatever. Now we're back here. Got it? We began much the same as the previous day. My father was generally a man of little words. He gestured, the circle was formed, and we began to spar. This game is so good, by the way. Seijan was chosen again, along with the second apprentice I knew somewhat well. Oh, advanced combat. Speaking of Boku wa Baka Des, did you see Winged Sea's awful skit interrupting the fight? Yes, where he pretended to be blind. Yeah, it was like a rare Winged Sea L. Not including his L's from fighting. He's getting like he got like a ton of backlash for that. People in the MMA and combat sports, like fans, are so wishy-washy and will like turn on people like in an instant. They'll go from like, you're the man, you're the GOAT, to like, you're a disgrace. He put out a pretty lame apology vid about it. Oh, damn. Winged Sea. Damn, Winged Sea crashes out. The wings no longer take flight. Just fall off arc. That's too bad. When faced against two enemies, you can change your target. I thought we did this already. I guess I maybe forgot to save. Did I load the wrong thing? Oh, I was supposed to attack the other guy. I did this already. I don't know, like... I guess we'll find out. Damn it. Shit. Ah, oh, damn. Ah, I waited too long. No. Are you just randomly fighting motherfuckers? No, this is training. Oh no, I fucking forgot. This is not good at all. Ah, shit. Oh, that was close. But yeah, we did this last time. I don't know how far back we are. Ashadar raised his hand, ready to call the next pair to the circle, but there came a slight voice from behind the group. High Wound Bearer? Ashadar looked surprised. Ashadar is our dad. Yeah. We already did all this. This is leading up to where we got assigned. Did I, like, not save after that? What? Oh, I think I... Yeah, I think I was like, oh, we'll just skip all that shit, because I gotta switch games. I mean, I guess we could do it again. We walked it, so they got summoned. Our protagonist, Aram, and his dad, Ashadar, got summoned to the something. They got summoned for talking to. Dude on the left kind of looking like a femboy, true. We walked in silence down the streets. The messenger kept a few paces ahead of us, unspeaking. Eager for more information, I turned to speak to my father. Father, what have they called us for? He looked ahead, clearly searching for a reason himself. I don't know. Chamber of Eshan was within the temple itself. We came quickly and climbed the steps under the bright midday sun. Please, go on ahead. They are expecting you. Let me move chat. Thank you. It was a blessing. The Chamber of Eshan was lit similarly to the temple itself. Light streamed in through an open ceiling, casting a square beam along the stone floors. The Eshan themselves sat obscured in shadow, the light unable to reach their seats. This was the room I seldom visited. The uncertainty of the situation made my stomach feel light. I thought back to Father's words as we walked. I don't know. Maybe this was about the harvest. They wanted to talk to Father about the food shortage. Oh yeah, that's another big plot point, is the village is there's a famine approaching the village. They've been short on food and the harvest has been slim. And they keep foreshadowing the fact that we're basically training to become a cop and we might have to do things that are uncomfortable because when the food runs out, people are going to be fighting amongst themselves. And so our protagonist is like, I'd be willing to give up my food, but will another person be willing? What will I have to do in that scenario? So maybe this was about the harvest. They wanted to talk Father about the food shortage. No, but why am I here as well? I felt my nerves grow. Father stood at my side. I looked at him for a moment, trying to gauge his expression. His face was neutral as always, but I could tell he was uncertain as myself. The reason they had requested me. Father bowed respectfully, and I quickly followed suit. Good day, Ashadar. It is a blessing to see you. A voice came from beyond the light. I trust you are well. How is Malia? Malia is our protagonist's mom. Father smiled, and she's also a shrine maiden. She's also like a head shrine maiden. Father smiled and gave a nod. She is well, as am I, Eshan. I recognized that voice to be Eshan Jia. He usually spoke first, and often carried the opinion of the room. His voice was warm and decidedly aged, but it carried confidence and certainty. And Aram, how you've grown since the last we've seen you. We are currently maidenless, but we have a maiden prospect who likes us and we like her back. But she's also like an outcast because she has part of her face is burned. So that's why we wanted to become a temple guard, so that we could hang out with her and protect her. But now we're about to be assigned to a much worse position. I nodded, somewhat reassured by the pleasant tone of the conversation. Ashadar seemed to consider for a moment, and reminder, Ashadar is our dad. Eshana, I'm afraid I still don't quite understand, he said. Another voice came from the left. No? We are here to discuss Aram's advancement, of course. This was Ashan Niraj. My advancement? Father seemed as surprised as I. His advancement, he began. Forgive me, but it's not scheduled for the end of this season, is it not? As my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw Ashan Jia give a small smile. We did play through this part. Yeah, we did. And I think because I really needed a save point, and the game wasn't giving us a save point, so I was like, alright, we'll just skip through, get back really fast. So I guess this is just a recap. Might as well. For others his age, yes. But Aram is a special case, as your child. At this, I saw something come over Father's face. At first it was very subtle. My father was a gentleman, but composed so often that he appeared rather stern. It was rare to see emotion overtake him in any capacity. The dad is twink death? But he wore a face now of genuine and utter disbelief. Is this not early? He said slowly. I don't think so at all, Ashan Jia replied, smiling at me. We have heard wonderful things about Aram and his skill in wound-bearing. It will be to the island's great benefit if he becomes a journeyman and starts training in his concentration immediately. Forgive us for breaking courtesy, Ashadar, but you should have known there was a possibility we might move early given your position. I processed the words for a long moment, and everything else seemed to fade away. It was time already. My goal was within reach so suddenly. I felt my nerves give way to raw excitement. I was advancing early. I looked to Father, expecting the proud look he wore yesterday as I defeated Sejan. But his face was strained as if unable to follow the conversation of topics far beyond his understanding. I see, he said, after a moment. Well, I have recommended him for Temple Guard many times, as you know. Ashan Jia shook his head gently. Ashadar, you already know this decision cannot be made by yourself in this case. Ashadar's face lost more of its usual composure. Not Temple Guard? That left. Suddenly I was speaking. So then, peacekeeping or sentry, I said to the faceless figures ahead of me. Ashan Jia nodded at me. We assigned more than half the group to peacekeeping last year, so our choice was rather clear, he said thoughtfully. Sentry will be a perfect place for your talents, Aram. You should be very proud. I felt my pulse race. Sentry. I bowed deeply. I'm very honored, I said. Father's voice came suddenly. Please, surely there's room for another in peacekeeping, or Temple Guard? His voice was suddenly thin and frail. Hearing it was like submerging one's head into cold water. Something you are wholly unprepared for, no matter how trivial the idea seemed beforehand. Why does he sound so... Come on, Ashadar, said Ashan Niraj. This is where he is needed. Don't you trust the way of things? I know that you do. My father stood very still, and after a long moment he nodded and bowed his head. I do. Before I knew what was happening, Father and I were walking towards the base of the great hill. I realized then I was meant to begin immediately. And immediately meant now. The daylight was beginning to thin. He walked ahead and I followed. He was silent. I was similarly speechless, the shock of knowing I was advancing to journeyman early still washing over me. However, Father's reaction, it wasn't what I was expecting. What do I want him to say? To congratulate me, at least. That's what I had expected. This was a big day. The most important day in my life so far. Why won't he say anything? Our destination quickly drew near. Surely he can be assigned to Thought Patrol? Surely there's room for love gurus. Crypto gurus. They setting him up? That's what it feels like. Aram, what do you know about the well? The well? I know only what they told us in General Ed, I guess. It's a forbidden place. We're not supposed to enter. What else? And it's where our enemies live. That's true. What are they called? Ancestors. They wish us harm, always. This is a necessity of our obligation. Of the 3 concentrations a wound bearer can take, this is by far the most important. If I knew that this would be... I didn't realize there'd be so little time to prepare you. I've always known Sentry was a possibility, I haven't seen one before. An ancestor, I mean. I've only heard them described. Yes, and you may never see one, but you are a Sentry now. This is your duty to the settlement. Right. I'm ready for anything. Where we are standing now, no ancestor may make it past this platform. You must destroy them before they get here. Under no circumstances may they be allowed to enter the settlement. I understand, Father. I'm ready, really. You've been preparing me all this time, right? Aram, I had hoped... Never mind. It's time to begin. Setting him up for success. With that, we entered the large passageway. I didn't know what to expect. I hadn't set foot in here for a long time. Not since... I don't recall. We approached a group of 3 young men. They were sentries, journeyman sentries. Older than myself, it seemed. They sat around what seemed like a fire pit, not presently lit. The first, a tall boy with short hair, stood and bowed to address Father.
Hello, sir. We were told to expect a 4th.
This is Aram. He was scheduled to advance at the end of this season. However, it was decided he would begin training as a sentry immediately.
Oh, I see.
Hello, I think maybe we've met before.
Maybe. My name is Keon.
The second boy stood and bowed similarly to the first. The third, appearing as the oldest, remained seated. Instead, he nodded in my direction.
My name's Tala. It's a blessing to meet you. I look forward to serving with you, Aram.
Likewise.
This is Rayash, by the way. Hey!
The 3 began to converse quietly, and I turned back to look at Father. He stood very still, his gaze distant. I followed his eyes and properly considered my surroundings for the first time. It was there, perhaps 200 feet ahead of me. The great stone doorway. They were swung wide, far too heavy to move. Plainly carved with little detail, the entrance to the well. Something about it. The color, the materials of the door. It felt wrong. It stood out from its surroundings fundamentally. I felt the doorway watching me. I felt it began to creep into me, from every corner of my gaze. So this was that place. That place we were never supposed to enter. There's also a flashback before this to Aram's childhood. He was in class as a little kid, and they were teaching the little kids not to go to the well because they will die. Sometimes it was easy to forget that the well was there at all. It seldom came up, even in stories, and less so in daily conversation. But even so, we all knew. I'm here all the same, I suppose. Aram, I must take my leave. I understand. I'm prepared. You have given me everything I need. Aram, please listen to what they have to teach you. We'll talk more about this tonight. At this, Father wrapped his arms around me. He embraced me for a long moment. I was startled more than anything. I couldn't recall the last time he had hugged me. But before long, he was gone. Giving me one last nod, he disappeared beyond the mouth of the entrance tunnel. The 3 returned to their seats around the empty fire pit. Tala, the middle in both height and stature of the other 2, waved me over. I took my seat by them.
Well, I suppose we should go over the shifts.
Right.
I'm sure you know some of this already, Aram.
Not really. I've heard about it from some of the journeymen, but I think Father really wanted me to become a temple guard. He wouldn't tell me much about the sentries.
Really? Well, no matter. I'll start from the top. Our job is essentially to watch the well at every hour of every day. But we need to sleep too, of course. So we, the sentries, watch the well in shifts. Right. 3 of us. Oh, well, 4 now. We watch the well from mid-afternoon to about sunset.
Just watch?
Yeah. It's the majority of what we do. Just sit and watch.
But what about the ancestors?
Honestly, they don't attack very often. Sometimes we go a year without seeing a single one. Even then, they show up half dead already. I see. But what if they do attack? Well, you're the youngest, so just stay behind you out of harm's way until you get a feel for how to handle them. I couldn't do that. I would be there at the front with you all.
Don't worry, Aram. We won't think you're cowardly or anything. That's how it works when we train new sentries.
Yeah, don't sweat it. We all went through something similar. Alright then, I can do that.
There's nothing else there's something else you should know. It's a part of your duty as sentry.
Oh?
The well. There's a reason we are forbidden from entering. If you go into the well...
I remember. I'll die.
Without a doubt.
Right. It's true. If for any reason one of us fell down there by mistake, we are not permitted to attempt any sort of rescue. The person is considered dead. They are dead. What? Why?
That's just the way it is. Come on now. We're wound bearers. Remember what they taught us, right? We have a fire inside ourselves. Our lives are important, and we don't lose them. That won't ever happen. Don't be afraid.
Okay, yeah, I get it. You don't need to worry about me. I won't get in the way. Of course not. We're glad to have you, Aram. The three of us were getting pretty bored with each other, that much is for sure.
Yeah, you can't imagine having to stare at Ryash's face for hours on each day.
Yeah, wait, what? Screw you. Like you're such a ray of light. Hearing you tell the same 3 goddamn stories over and over.
At least I have something interesting to talk about.
What if you go in and it's just everyone vibing and eat Popeyes? That'd be sweet. Dude, all my ancestors, the unks and aunties, I'd be right at home. Rayosh grew red in the face and he began shouting, the banter devolving quickly. I looked at Tala, who was laughing at the childish display. I couldn't help but laugh either. So this is how I would spend my days from now on. Here, with these 3, under the evening sun. It was an odd feeling, all at once. The feeling of being where I had always dreamed of being. Is this really it? Thus, the day began to slip by. I don't recall how long it had been, but eventually we were sitting in a comfortable silence. True to their word, we simply rested and watched. At one point, the 3 attempted to give me tips on swordplay, but found themselves too lazy to demonstrate physically. Thus, the conversation came and went as the hours slid past. The 4 of us sat around the fire, which had been lit now in the growing shadow of the evening. I was strangely lethargic. I had expected to be exhausted, but instead I was relaxed. Something dawned on me just then. Glancing quickly at the looming doorway of the well, I turned to Tala with a question. Hey, the doorway. Can we not just close it? It looks heavy, but with a dozen wound bearers, maybe. Or we can make some sort of boulder with archimancy and seal it up.
Huh. I wondered the same thing on my first day.
The Eshan insisted we keep it open, actually. I suppose in the past they tried closing it. Apparently it doesn't deter the ancestors even a little. They just gather behind the door. All at once, dozens of them pushed their way through and very nearly made it inside the settlement. We lost a lot of wound bearers doing it that way, so if we keep it open, they come in one at a time and we pick them off easier. As far as we can tell, they don't coordinate their efforts at all.
I see. That's smart. Hey, Aram?
Yeah?
I've got a question as well. Why are you assigned so early?
Yeah, I was wondering the same. Seems odd they picked you just to advance early, no?
I'm not really sure why.
It's not unheard of. Advancing early, I mean. At least when it comes to wound bearing.
Eshan wanted to see me all of a sudden, and they decided, well, that I would become a sentry and start immediately.
I guess they saw some serious potential or something. Now I'm expecting a lot with a story like that.
I'll try not to disappoint. Hey, how long have you all known each other?
Too long.
Shut up. But he's right. Keon and I have been friends for a long time.
Yeah, we met in General Ed. I'm sure you have a few friends like that too. It's hard not to find common ground with someone you're forced to see every day, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Suppose I'm the odd one out in this group. I met Keon and Rayosh about a year ago when I was assigned to this shift.
Don't sell yourself short, Tala. You're a lot more interesting than Keon.
What the hell? I know it doesn't seem like it, but I think we all get along pretty well.
I guess.
It's nice to have a new face. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Thanks, Keon. I appreciate it, really. I'm just happy to finally be here, even if I'm not a journeyman yet. Thank you for your kindness so far. Of course. You fall in the well and they ask, do you want a drum or a flat? I'll take a flat. The conversation dwindled once more, and the four of us continued to pass the time resting. I tried to stay vigilant and keep myself seated in such a way that I could quickly get up and have my weapon in hand. But, before long, I was leaning against the wall comfortably. I nearly grew drowsy when laughter pulled me from my daze. I came to and listened in. Keon and Rayosh were sitting a few feet away, engaged in what seemed like a scandalous conversation. There's no way, I don't believe you. Keon's voice was empathetic. Well, it's true, Rayosh replied confidently. I don't need you to believe me because it happened. Bullshit. You kissed Nithya? Keon sounded incredulous. Rayosh gave a sultry smile. More than that, young Keon. We've been meeting after my shifts for a few weeks. This isn't fair, groaned Keon, falling backwards in defeat. How is it that you can land a beautiful girl and I can't? You've got the personality of a clay bowl. What can I say? Women are simply drawn to me, Rayosh said, his ego blinding. Rayosh suddenly turned, shooting me a dirty grin. By the way, Aram, you've got a girl, right? The question caught me completely and utterly off guard. My mind immediately went to Sachita. Her face flashed through my head and I thought about the question. I imagined her lips. No, not yet, I said, frantically thinking of a way to change the subject. Keon chimed in. No? Any girl you've got your eye on? Maybe. I'm not sure, I replied, avoiding their gaze. I couldn't possibly tell them how I'd had my eye on one girl for as long as I could remember. Never mind that the girl was Sachita of all people. Fortunately, Tala broke in and saved me with a sharp remark. I'm sure he's asking because he's worried he has competition. I can't imagine Nithya is too committed to that relationship knowing Rayosh. At this, Keon erupted into laughter. I followed suit, happy to distract from my non-answer. We all laughed, Rayosh too. We laughed, and we laughed. Uh-oh. I'd kill to live in a future like this. No more present day BS, just vibing by some ruins and guarding a temple or some shit. We don't know how fucked up things get yet. Yeah, just as we say that. And then Keon wasn't laughing. Long, black metal fingers slowly clasped around his face and neck, pressing into his skin with razor-sharp ends. Small streaks of blood began to seep between his long fingers. There was no sound for a moment. I simply watched, unable to understand what was happening. In a single moment, his body was lifted from the ground. He was held by something. A tall creature stood behind us on the grass. Its body was stark white. Its limbs were black like ink. Its jaw hung agape, filled with small rows of serrated razors. It made no noise. Keon began to struggle as the creature pressed its hands tighter around his neck and face. Screaming, Keon flailed his arms and legs wildly. His screams quickly became choked. There was a sharp sound, and Keon let out a gasp. His face was warm suddenly. His body fell to the grass softly. Frozen, I watched. Holy shit. Keon's eyes were gone. Simply missing. One of his ears was gone as well, lying on the grass beside his head. Well, this got serious real fast. His screams transformed into long, labored moans. Keon writhed around on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose and eyes. I was unable to speak or call out. Rayosh leapt to his feet. Standing, he held his blade tightly in one hand. Keon?
Rayosh asked quietly, the shock visibly washing over him like a cold fever.
Keon!
Suddenly he was shouting. I heard Tala's voice beside me, racked with panic.
It moves so quietly. How did this happen?
Tala leapt to his feet, his own spear now in hand. The creature tilted its head and began to advance, moving silently through the grass. It seemed to glide upon its slender limbs, clicking softly as the joints rotated. Rayosh still stood between the creature and Tala and myself. His blade was outstretched, pointed ahead. Keon moaned softly on the ground. In the midst of it all, I sat and watched. My entire body shook. My stomach felt like ice water. What's happening? I tried to think about my training. What was my training again? When a person is injured, I'm supposed to... Tala! Rayosh called out, and I heard quick footsteps move away from me. Tala ran right, his spear in hand, trying to flank the creature. Slowly turned his head, watching Tala approach. At that moment, Rayosh lunged forward. His blade glinted from the evening light as it made an arc from head to toe. There was the sound of metal upon metal, and the creature recoiled as the blade connected with its head. Tala drew closer, but it reacted swiftly. One of its long arms shot out at Rayosh. It was a sickening sound. Instantly, Rayosh's arm was gone from the elbow up. Blood poured from the wound, dripping from the hanging tendon and splintered bone. Jesus Christ! He collapsed, screaming. There was a dull thud. The arm landed by my feet. I'm supposed to treat the wound. I tried to come to my feet, but stumbled and fell. I can't look. There was the sound of metal striking metal once more. I heard another scream and the sounds of struggle. I tore my head upward to see Tala's spear stuck partially in the creature's narrow torso fall from the ground. Tala was now held, its slender arms wrapped around his body. He struggled. The creature made as if to lift Tala off the ground, but suddenly it seemed to freeze. It tilted its head and made a low clicking noise. Suddenly, the creature began to shake erratically. Its limbs vibrated and its head rotated to an unnatural angle, but then its claws contracted. Digging into Tala's back, he cried out in pain. The creature still held him firmly, but it was dragging him towards the doorway, the great stone mouth of the well. I could barely lift my head to watch. I didn't want to look. Tala's face was pale, and his limbs hung loosely to his side. The grass was streaked red as the tall creature pulled him further and further towards the doorway. He gave me a look, and then, "Aram," he said softly, and then they were gone. Yeah, he got fucking set up. Is that an ancestor or something worse? I was lying there, still, in that spot where I had sat by the fire. I hadn't moved an inch. I don't recall how much time had passed, but I stood. Oh, gameplay. Keon. Keon? Keon? Will you say something? Rayosh, are you... Rayosh? Should I go into the well or back to the settlement? I'm assuming if you go back to try to go to the settlement, he'll say something like, I need to see what, I need to check, I need to investigate. I stumbled across the grass. My sandals felt wet. I looked down and saw my toes were red. Still, it hung open. The doorway to the well. That's where Tala is. He was taken. Maybe Tala is still alive? Maybe, if I go after him, I can save him? But it's the well. I know what I've been taught. I know what they told me. If I go into the well, I'll die. Nobody will rescue me. I'll die, and my head felt hot and my stomach felt light. Why didn't they just seal the well? Because the ancestors get out. They, the ancestors bunch up around the well doorway, and then it lets loose. They break open the door, and then there's a bunch of them all at once instead of one at a time. I bent at the waist and was quietly sick. If I do this, am I going to die? I won't see my family again. Anybody. So why shouldn't I just run away? I stood and looked at the doorway. I noticed then it was a staircase. A staircase, and it went down. Down into the ground. I stepped forward. If I do this, I'll be throwing it away. My life. Everything I've worked for. What am I about to do? I was at the edge of the door. If I don't do this, I won't be able to live with myself. If I don't do this, I'd be lying to myself. Rayosh, Keon, they're dead and I did nothing. Otherwise, what have I been doing for 12 years? What am I about to do? I'll walk away right now. Nobody will know what happened besides me. I'll walk away right now. How will I show my face to Sachita ever again? I'll walk away right now. I'll walk away. What am I about to? I'm about to. My legs felt like they were moving on their own. I'm going to try, Tala. I'm going to try and save your life. And in the process, I'm going to die. Yeah, I'm low on health. Can't leave. Oh, hey, nice. Game saved successfully. So I guess this is like a techno future past type of game. The staircase ended. I came to a large room. The ceiling was low. It was dark. The space was odd, empty and wide, yet it felt small. There was a faint light ahead of me. I saw a red trail. It's this way. Damn, I'm really not looking forward to after stream and I'm just having to be by myself with these thoughts. Man, that's gonna suck. Where's Tom Cruise? Good question. He's gotta be around here somewhere. Counterattacks. Blocking consecutive attacks will sometimes... Oh yeah, I already know about this. You can talk with ChatGPT. You know, I guess I could. Scientology building final boss. I entered a vast space. Vast. The largest room I'd ever seen. To both of my sides was a great drop, the bottom of which was so far away that I couldn't see it. My breathing grew rapidly and I felt my hands begin to shake even more so than they already were. The space so vast and unfamiliar. This will be the place where I die. It's ahead of me. My mom is American pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Good old boys drinking whiskey and rye, saying this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. Oh, doggy? Creature stood motionless ahead. We were upon a great bridge, and there was Tala. He was lying face down, unmoving. The creature faced away from me. It seemed to perch over Tala's body. I stood and watched. My hands were shaking. I felt for my weapon. Father's words went through my head. I have to destroy it. Is Tala still alive? I took a step forward and suddenly the creature turned to face me. No, this is an ancestor. It began to click softly. I realized then that its sleek white face bore a deep scar. Its torso was similarly marked by Tala's spear. So that's why it didn't already kill me. They damaged it. It may be enough. Enough that I may live through this. I raised my weapon, Apprentice's sword, and suddenly I was running forward. We got this. Ugh. Oh, I missed the counterattack. Shit. The music in this game is pretty good. Ah! Whoa, laceration. Oh, I missed my counterattack. No, wrong button. Damn. This combat is fun. I was just thinking that. I wonder if I'll get, like, skills. Besides just regular attacking. I stood, breathing heavily. My weapon felt heavy in my hands. Is it dead? There was a sound then. Low and repetitive. I got hiccups. There was a sound, low and repetitive. It's my heart. No, it's... On unsteady feet, I stumbled towards where Tala lay. I tried to say something, to speak his name. I tried, and nothing came. I bent to reach for him, and fell to my knees. I placed both hands, now free, on his back. The sound returned, and it rang in my ears. It grew louder. I tried to drag Tala inch by inch. I tried to drag him back towards the stairs. He was heavy and cold. Tala is dead already, isn't he? The sound grew deafening in my ears. I stopped and let my hands fall to my sides, and I looked up. I looked up, and for the first time I truly considered the place I currently was. This is the well. Like a satiated hunger, the noise suddenly went away and left me with a ringing left me in ringing silence. All that remained was the hollow quiet of the enormous space surrounding me. Like the sky above the settlement on a cloudless day, the ceiling stretched beyond sight. This place, it's below us? This place greater than the settlement by 1,000-fold, merely from where I stood. This place from which the ancestors come. It's right below our feet. I felt my body begin to shake. I tried to reason with it, to understand what it all meant. How something like this was possible. How something so horrible sat beneath us. It can't be. Why is it here? What is its purpose? This is why I was chosen to become a sentry? To prevent anything in this place from crossing over into our peaceful island? I thought about it. I thought about my dreams of being a journeyman. I would be temple guard, confidently protecting the settlement from the warm sunlight. From under the warm sunlight. I would be by Sachita's side when she needed me. But instead, I'm here. Those old dreams seem so childish now, faced with such monumental darkness. The overwhelming feeling grew, and I felt like lying down. However, out of the corner of my gaze, I noticed Tala's body stir. It was slight, perhaps a shallow breath. The motion was enough to tear my eyes from the vast space above me and regain my attention once more. What was I doing? I had something I was doing. Tala. He's still alive. Gripping him tightly once more, I pulled with all my strength. Slowly, I pulled him towards the long staircase. My memory of what happened next is fuzzy. Suddenly, I recall being in the courtyard at the settlement's edge. The last of the light still kept in the sky. I heard voices, a cry of shock, and quickly Father was there. I recall his arms around me. Then he was holding Tala. I recall being taken to the temple. I recall my mother's cries in fear. Her arms were around me too. Somebody tried to ask me something. Aram, can you hear me? I nodded. Sometime later, I sat very still and looked down at my hands. My mother was there too. She held me close. Aram, she spoke very softly. Aram, love, you need to go to sleep. I tried to say something in response. Nothing came out. I shook my head. I felt her shift, moving her hands on top of my own. She flinched, pulling away after a short instant. My hands were still as cold as ice. They were as cold as the well. Why don't we say a prayer? A prayer for the two we lost. I nodded. That day, the last day of my long apprenticeship, and the first of my days as a journeyman, I fell fitfully into dreamless sleep while my mother whispered a quiet prayer. A prayer for two now dead I had met only a short few hours ago. As my eyes grew heavy, the adrenaline finally subsided. I pictured the vast, quiet, empty darkness that lay beneath our feet. Oh man, he's traumatized. Of all the images now seared into my eyes and my memory of the previous day, Keon's body, crumpled on the grass, stained a dark crimson red. Rayash, face down, lying next to the remains of his own arm. The one that I saw as I drifted towards unconsciousness was the overwhelming vastness of the space. It was in my head, and it wouldn't go away. As if the well itself was calling to me. Oh boy. It began as a feeling of heat. Dry, smothering heat. This wasn't where I was supposed to be. It looked like my old classroom, but I knew it wasn't. Pale orange light streamed in. It felt hot on my skin. My throat was dry. I tried to stand, but a voice froze me in place. You're not going to run away, are you, Aram? Run away? But I didn't. I didn't run away. I went out after Tala. I went into the well. That's not what I mean. Now that you've seen that place, do you intend to hide from it? Surely you won't be afraid to see it again. Again?
Why would I? You did so well yesterday. You were so brave, Aram. I was? Oh, yes. And of course, who could forget a sight like the one you saw? Yes, I can see it clear as day. I can't keep my thoughts away from how it looked. Of course you can't, Aram. Oh, boo-hoo! I know you're curious. I know that you want to know more. This is a horror game. So, I'll ask again. Are you going to run away? Oh man, that was good. Oddly, I woke early the next morning. I wasn't tired or sore. I woke with a strange clarity of some kind. My head felt full last night, full of sights and sounds, but it was empty now, and I began to think clearly. I'm in the temple? They brought me here, and not to the hospice? Yes, of course, Eshan was one to know what happened, and I'm the only one left alive. No, Mom said 2 last night. Only 2 had died. So he survived then. Tala. Wait. The Eshan will want to know what happened. How is it that Tala was spared? And what my part in it, and what my part in that was. Suddenly I felt fear flicker through my body. I had forgotten. I broke a cardinal rule. I went into the well after Tala. Oh yeah. The rule was you're not allowed to go into the well to save anybody. I went into the place we were forbidden to go. Oh, is he gonna be like cursed now? Are they gonna see him as like a cursed? Is he gonna have to be outcast from the village? They warned me not to. What will they do if they find out? What if Tala already told them? I need to find him and make sure. It's early, and I don't hear anybody outside. I should be able to sneak out of this room and look around. He must be somewhere nearby. Damn, this is heating up. And I am heating off. I'm running out of steam. I wish I could keep going. We got a freaking full house, and this is really getting good. But I think, realistically, I'm toast. I'm toasted and cooked. Warrior needs his rest. Yeah, it was a big day. This does seem like a fair enough spot to hang it. Yeah, Unk needs his Betty Bye. Unk needs his nappy poo. There's a chance I'll be back if I'm rolling around in bed, terrorized by thoughts of lovelessness. There's a chance I'll be back for a late night stream, but for now, I will simply catch some R&R. Talk with ChatGPT. I mean, I'm afraid of what it's gonna tell me. It's gonna tell me that I'm a god and to go rob a bank. Thanks, Moldy. Thanks, Bones. Thanks, Clover and A2. Thanks to, Funky and Iron. Thanks for all those gifted subs, Iron. That was nice of you. Thanks, Tino. Thanks to, Archivists. Welcome. Thanks, Jammy. Am I missing anybody? I might be missing somebody, but if I did, I'll get you next time. And anybody lurking as well, I really appreciate it. Thanks for the support, everyone. The battle is not over. There are many more fronts to be conquered or whatever. There's many more battles ahead. Alright, if I'm not back late tonight, then I'll be back tomorrow. So you guys have a great rest of your night and a great day tomorrow, and I'll see you then.